Please may I ask that we remain standing for the AUN South African national anthems, which will be played now.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa a tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice on earth. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and join together to give the best we have to Africa, the cradle of mankind, the font of culture, our pride and hope and break of dawn. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life.
Sigeleli Afrika, maluphakanyiswa ubonakalayo, izwa imithandazo yethu. Sisigelela thina, usapho lwayo, kulena kulunga sitshaba sa Yesu. Ufelise ngithwale maswenye, usikuluke sitshaba sa Yesu, sitshaba sa South Africa, South Africa. Something called to come together and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa.
Thank you. You may be seated. Please may we welcome the Lamontville Cultural Ensemble, and then we will start the formal part of our program.
Wemkhululi wezoni khulula umoya wakho wemkhululi hayi wemkhululi wezoni khulula umoya wami baba wemkhululi hayi wemkhululi thina hayi wemkhululi wezoni khulula umoya wami baba wemkhululi hayi wemkhululi hayi wemkhululi wezoni khulula umoya wami baba hayi hayi wemkhululi wezoni khulula umoya wakho wemkhululi hayi wemkhululi wezoni Ay, 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 ay. Suele, 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 va. Ay, 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 ay.
Thank you very much to the Lamontville Cultural Ensemble. We are now beginning the formal part of the program. Please may I ask Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, the Mayor of eThekwini Municipality, the President of the South African Local Government Association, the Chairperson of the Council for the Built Environment, and the CEO of the Council for the Built Environment to make their way to the stage to be seated. Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Sihle Zikalala, Mayor of the eThekwini Municipality, Councillor Mxolisi Kaunda, and mayors present from various municipalities, traditional leaders present, MMCs and MECs, the President of the South African Local Government Association, Councillor Becky Stofile, the Chairperson of the Council for the Built Environment, Ms. Amelia Mchali, the Chief Executive Officer of the Council for the Built Environment, Dr. Msizi Mieza, CEOs and registrars of professional entities that are present in this room today, Abahlali Basem Jondolo, members of the media, ladies, gentlemen, gender non-conforming people, a very good morning and welcome to the inaugural Built Environment Climate Change Indaba, held under the theme Restoring Access, Rebuilding Social Cohesion, and Healing Communities Through Social Infrastructure. My name is Nzinga Kunta. I'm a business news anchor, and it is such a pleasure and a privilege to be your program director today. It's fitting and really poignant that this Indaba is being held in KwaZulu-Natal. KwaZulu-Natal was chosen because of the impact of climate change that we saw with the devastating floods, and also to highlight the role that infrastructure has had in bringing about healing, restoration, hope, and trying to restore the dignity of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Flooding impacted society, and the work that's being done by the CBE in this conference and beyond is about how professionals in the built environment think about policy practically around the just transition and how they react to policy needs and directives. How can that be simplified in language so that all of society is engaged in these issues and not just professionals like yourselves in this room? How do built environment professionals create spaces that respond to climatic situations? And how do we incorporate all these questions and answers into the daily work that you do? That is some of what we'll be focusing on over the course of this conference. Just before we begin, please may I ask you to take note of where the exits are in the unlikely event of an emergency. In staying green, there are no programs that are printed out, but you can log on to becc2023.org.za to access a program. Please may I ask that the conversation doesn't just stay in the room, but you keep it going online as well. The hashtag for today is hashtag BECC2023. The Council for the Built Environment is the handle on LinkedIn. If you're on Twitter, CBE_PTA is where you'll find us. And if you are on Facebook, the Council for Built Environment. Please may I now ask that we begin the program, and Mayor of eThekwini Municipality, Councillor Mxolisi Kaunda, welcomes us. And a round of applause, please, for him as he does that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Our Honorable Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure in the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Sihle Zikalala. Thank you very much, my leader, to host this very important gathering today, together with your counterparts. The Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Ms. Venice Swart, who's joining us virtually, the President of the of the South African Local Government Association, Councillor Bheki Stofile, who's our leader, our union as local government. So if you think that we don't have our unions and associations, we are represented very well through his leadership, President Stofile. All the mayors present, coming from different municipalities, and councillors who are present today. The chairperson of the Council for the Built Environment, Ms. Amelia Mshali. The Chief Executive Officer of the Council for the Built Environment, Dr. Msizi Mieza. Directors General, HODs present, the stakeholders from the civil society, Abahlali, they've been mentioned, and other civil society structures that are present, the academia, business sector, traditional leadership, traditional healers, all the leaders representing different structures in the society, the city managers and the administration, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Sanbonan. On behalf of the people of eThekwini Municipality, we would like to extend a warm Durban welcome to you all to this important conference, the Built Environment Climate Change Indaba. From the outset, let me convey our appreciation to the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure and the leadership of the Council for the Built Environment for convening this conference here in eThekwini as part of our ongoing efforts to restore and rebuild the city after the devastating April 2022 floods. Ladies and gentlemen, the increase in the number of flood disasters over the past 5 years, particularly in our city, has been a constant reminder of the urgent need to plan for and adapt to the impact of climate change. This is the reason in 2020, as a council, we adopted our climate action plan, which was of its first kind in Africa. The next city that followed us was Accra in Ghana. And there are many cities in Africa that have joined the queue. It is important that each and every municipality in the country, in KwaZulu-Natal, we need to ensure that we consolidate our plans so that we become more responsive to the challenges that are presented by climate change. As we're still recovering from the devastating of 2022 floods, recently, we had yet another episode of severe rain accompanied by heavy winds, which left a trail of destruction and claimed 12 lives in the city. The 2022 floods left 9,407 people displaced, prompting the city to identify 56 shelters using community halls and churches and some of the schools or care centers to house the residents of the city. 8,255 dwellings were reported as damaged, and 21,880 people were affected, and over 400 fatalities were confirmed in the city. We still remain with more than 70 people who have not yet been recovered. We want to take this opportunity to remember all those who lost their lives during these disasters and commend our search and rescue teams emergency services, police, NGOs, and all patriotic South Africans who put their shoulder to the wheel to save the lives of our people. Honorable Minister, we are gravely concerned by the frequency of these violent storms, and they should galvanize all of us to roll up our sleeves and work for a common goal of finding lasting solutions. And in these solutions, it is only when we form strong partnerships and social partners, namely government, the private sector, NGOs, academia, and communities, that will be able to save lives and preserve our infrastructure. It is our hope, Honourable Minister, that this session, this Indaba, will assist us in navigating the difficulties that confront us due to climate change. As I have already alluded to the fact that our city has been engulfed by a series of natural disasters. Therefore, this put us in a better position to share some valuable lessons that we can learn from the recent flooding disaster in eThekwini and in relation to the built environment. Ladies and gentlemen, the devastating impact of such disasters on infrastructure and communities necessitates a thorough examination of the existing systems and the engineering approaches in order to prevent future occurrences. First and foremost, the eThekwini flooding disaster highlighted the critical need for robust and resilient infrastructure. When we are rebuilding in our city, we need to ensure that we are rebuilding, conducting that process. We do it better and smarter. Therefore, it is imperative to invest in building structures and systems that can withstand extreme weather events. Moreover, integrating green infrastructure solutions, such as urban green spaces, that can substantially reduce the adverse effects of flooding by promoting natural drainage and water retention. Additionally, the disaster shed light on the importance of effective urban planning and land use management. Hence, we as a city of eThekwini, we had our own Indaba with the traditional leadership, Amakhosi aseNdlunkulu, where we said, yes, the land is still available, but we need to work together so that we integrate all our development plans to form part of our spatial development framework in the city. And also disallow the massification of houses without taking care of other social amenities that are critical for people to live. So if we put houses everywhere without taking into cognizance that the communities that will reside there will need clinics, will need shopping centers, will need libraries, will need all these social amenities and also business activities so that people can also be employed where they are. So that process, Honorable Minister, is going very well. We have appointed the teams that are working with each and every traditional council to ensure that we also recruit young people from those areas to form part of that process. So by end of September, we'll be receiving a report, a preliminary report on the outcome of that process. eThekwini's experience emphasizes the significance of avoiding the construction of buildings and critical infrastructure in high-risk floodplain areas, implementing appropriate zoning, regulations, and conducting thorough risk assessments are essential to minimize the vulnerability of communities and infrastructure to future flooding incidents. Furthermore, community engagement and education play a pivotal role in a disaster preparedness and response. eThekwini's experience highlighted the need for comprehensive awareness programs that educate residents on the risk associated with flooding and equip them with the necessary skills and knowledge to respond effectively in emergency situations. This awareness campaign will also incorporate education on what needs to be disposed to our infrastructure, our drainage system, and stormwater systems. We are finding it difficult that even businesses are just disposing of refuse and objects that are not supposed to be disposed to our own assets, which then creates challenges of leakages, sewer leakages, and the blockage. For instance, in Permit Road informal settlement, we could have lost over 400 lives during the floods, and thanks to the city's Parliament Catchment Rehabilitation Project, which deals with the difficult interfaces between informal settlement communities and river ecosystems. The project brings community leaders, academia, we're working with University of KwaZulu-Natal, and civil society into a shared governance partnership with our municipality. Through this project, we saved hundreds of lives during the April floods by connecting community leaders to real-time information from the city's forecast early warning system. Therefore, we are saying that promoting community participation in disaster management initiative fosters a sense of ownership and increases the likelihood of successful outcomes when these situations present themselves. In light of the lessons learned from eThekwini flooding disaster, it is crucial to enhance coordination and collaboration between various stakeholders involved in built environment sector, government agencies, urban planners, engineers, the architects, and community organizations should work together to develop comprehensive strategies and policies that prioritizes resilience and sustainability. By fostering a multidisciplinary approach, we can better address the challenges posed by the future flooding disasters and create safer environments for our communities. In conclusion, the eThekwini flooding disaster serves as a reminder of the impact that such events can have on built environment. By incorporating the lessons learned from this tragic situation, we can make significant strides in creating more resilient, sustainable, and disaster-proof communities. Therefore, we urge you to consider these insights as we move forward in our collective efforts to mitigate the risk associated with flooding and improve the built environment. We have joined the world, the municipalities in the world through C40 cities to make a call. We have made representations in the UN Council, subcommittees, and different platforms where we've been making a call that the adaptation fund in the world, which still remains 70%, which must enable the developing countries, especially us here in Africa who becomes the victims, that fund still remain at 7%. We want that fund to be increased to 50%. That's a call that all cities must come together with us to push for that in the quest of protecting lives and also saving our environment. Thank you for your attention, and we are confident that the resolution that will be adopted from this Indaba will go a long way in helping us to build back better and smarter. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor, for giving us context about why we are here, welcoming us, and highlighting the importance of consolidating plans and becoming more responsive to climate change, as well as sharing eThekwini's experiences, such as that catchment project that you spoke about that may be of assistance elsewhere. Please may I ask the President of the South African Local Government Association, Councillor Becky Stofile, to build on that and share with us how to reimagine disaster management and response of municipalities. Thank you.
Program Director, Dengandong. When you speak, everybody in South Africa listens. Deputy Minister, the Chair of the Council for the Built Environment, the CEO of the Council for the Built Environment, fellow leadership of South African Local Government Association and Fraternal Organization, Secretary General of the Continental Free Trade, senior officials from all of government and partners organizations, true leadership and distinguished guests and academia that are in this meeting, panelists that are going to engage today on these very important matters that face local government and people of South Africa. I bring you greetings from the Leadership Collective of Local Government in South Africa, and on behalf of the collective of the South African Local Government Association, we are honored by this invitation to give statement of support to this important gathering. We together under the theme Restoring Access, rebuilding social cohesion and healing communities through social infrastructure. As we remember the victims of the recent flooding in and around the eThekwini metro municipal areas, and plead with all in this room to leave no one behind as we find solution to the growing demand for impactful responses to climate change and disasters that affect our communities. In the spirit of leaving no one behind, it is essential that we not only look at the current and potential victims as the mere beneficiaries of our humanitarian support. We have a duty to involve all sectors of society, including citizens of various municipalities, in co-creating the future we want, considering the backlog of this ever-changing world. The cooperation between all arms of state, civil society, academia, and private sector is essential in managing numerous challenges faced by local government in general and built environment in particular. Collaborations in managing the growing challenges of climate change is particularly critical. I would like to remind us that a former Secretary General of the United Nations and the son of the soil, the late Kofi Annan, once highlighted that climate change is the single biggest challenge of our times. I believe he was referring to the disastrous implications of this on aspects of our lives. Leadership. Climate change is real, and its impact disproportionately affects the poor and destitute. It is evident that local governments are facing the negative impact of extreme climate change events such as severe droughts and heavy rainfalls. These have put infrastructure and basic services under threat. Climate-related challenges on infrastructure and economic sectors in turn strain public budget and reduce the attractiveness for private investors in our areas. If not addressed, climate-related risk could jeopardize our country's economic growth and financial stability, while disproportionately affect the poor and vulnerable groups. All professions within the built environment must be intentional in designing, building, and operating a climate and disaster resilience built environment. We therefore call upon the CBE and its affiliates to work together to build the capacity for this, and in fact, to facilitate the regulation of the industry and its professions to achieve this. Platforms such as this, Indaba, are important to facilitate national dialogues and initiate collaborations between all stakeholders to find solutions to the many challenges faced by the built environment, sustainable resilience, and municipal infrastructure, and sustainable development of our municipalities. I challenge this Indaba to reflect on how best to strengthen the resilience of local government as a key stakeholder where the rubber hits the tar in navigating the various built environment and related climate change challenges. To our own members, I urge you to also start with the basics. First and foremost, please invest on the maintenance of infrastructure to build its resilience. Not, for example, that water drainage that are blocked up to a vegetation, garbage other things prevent to the free flow of water and quickly turn the otherwise harmless rain into a flood as water finds alternative courses. The partners in here can also go to assist with the know-how technology and innovation to help climate proofing of our infrastructure. In pursuit of the support the local government state in localizing the SDG, including but not limited SDG 11 and 13 related to cities and towns. Human settlement, safety and climate challenge, SALGA proposed that all relevant stakeholders here today should facilitate mechanism to collaborate with municipalities on the exchange of knowledge, tools and solutions towards building resilience, urban infrastructure, and green building. In fact, we would like to further propose the establishment of more functional intergovernmental post-disaster recovery mechanism. It can't be right that the recovery work in communities that were impacted by various years' disasters in the KZN, Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, as the fire that has started in Gauteng in this morning. It is still outstanding. The road to Port St. John's has still not been rehabilitated almost 6 months later and continue to be a challenge. We call on all spheres of government, private sector and academia to elevate cooperation in respect of efforts to respond to climate change. These institutions have the combined knowledge to ensure that both the value chain for infrastructure delivery and life cycle of infrastructure delivery reflects the changes in the climate change. The empirical evidence from which most of the assumptions are made has changed because of climate change. This collaborations and cooperation is even more important for entities such as the energy, transport, water, and communication. Local government plays an important role in each of these entities. We must create sustainable development pathway for resilient communities. However, the low carbon resilient society requires a structural change of enormous scale and speed. This requires joint action by all sectors of society in levels of government and anywhere in our corners of operation. One of the constraints to all of this is funding. All partners are encouraged to play their meaningful role in supporting local government, more especially designing innovative alternative funding solutions to support climate resilient infrastructure development. Local government is in the forefront of climate action, but they are unable to shoulder the massive infrastructure investment and adaptation efforts required for sustainability. Low to a carbon emission and climate resilient development. It is important that local government is empowered and gains access to climate finance that enables both immediate recovery from extreme events and their resultant losses. As I conclude, the quest to ensure a climate resilient built environment, the advocacy of climate proofing, promotion of green building principles, and the contribution to the national NDC targets to low carbon economy can be overemphasized. As SALGA, we support and wish the Indaba a resounding success. The leadership and servants of the people at the local level looking forward to implementing practical programs that will emerge from the outcome of this Indaba. As I depart this stage, I wish to say, we seek to deliver on the task ahead. I would like to remind us of what some of our founding fathers, in the likes of Dr. Nelson Mandela and Mao Zedong, once said. They pointed out to us that our point of departure is to serve people wholeheartedly. and that we must hold ourselves accountable to our people. They highlighted that every word we say, every act we do, and every policy that guides us must be in the interest of our people, especially the most vulnerable who are on the receiving end of our collective journey. I wish this Indaba success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stofile, for that reminder of how to create the future we want through collaboration in order to try and deal with the threat of climate change and how you envision that happening. Please may I now ask the chairperson of the Council for the Built Environment, Ms. Amelia Mchali, to come onto stage and address us about the call for change in urban development and infrastructure rollout, as well as to introduce the Minister. Thank you.
Program Director, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, the Honorable Mr. Sihle Zigalala, President of South African Local Government Association, Councillor Becky Stofile, Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Ms. Benny Swartz. She has joined us virtually. Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Ms. Nomsa Dube Mncube, Executive Mayor of eThekwini, Councillor Mxolisi Kaunda, MEC of Human Settlement and Public Works of KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Siponkosi, all the mayors, CEO of Council of the Built Environment, Dr. Msizi Mieza, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow champions of environmental sustainability, a large part of the Council of the Built Environment mandate is focused on instilling good conduct within the built environment professions, mobilizing transformation, protecting the interest of the public, and advising the South African government on built environment-related issues. Furthermore, Section 3 and 4 of the Council of the Built Environment Act of 2000, mandate of the CBE, is to promote and protect the interest of the public in the built environment, promote and maintain sustainable built environment and natural environment, facilitate participation by the built environment professions in integrated development in the context of the national goals, promote appropriate standards of health, safety and environmental protection within the built environment, serve as a forum where the representatives of the built environment professions may discuss the issues of sustainability, advise government on any matter falling within the scope of the built environment, including resource utilization, socio-economic development, public health, safety, and the environment. And for this purpose, carry out such investigations as it or the relevant ministry deemed necessary. Comments, if necessary, on all proposed legislative impacting on health and safety in the built environment. In addition to the pivotal role that the Council of the Built Environment has to play, a number of key role players are involved in driving the climate change agenda for the South African government. In line with its mandate, the Council of the Built Environment is implementing a collaborative approach to facilitate and coordinate cooperations among all key role players within the intention of driving South Africa's climate change agenda in the built environment. Without such overarching facilitations and coordination, it is urged that the sustainability agenda of South Africa will be limited in terms of focus, integration, and balance. It is with great honor and profound concern that I stand before you today at the opening of the crucial climate change conference in the beautiful city of Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. I am delighted to be back home as the Umakoti of KwaZulu-Natal as well. We gather here not merely as participants, but as global community, united by a shared purpose to address the pressing challenge of climate change and its far-reaching consequences, as exemplified by the devastating floods that we witnessed in 2022. These floods were a wake-up call, a stark reminder of the urgent need for transformative action in our urban development and infrastructure strategy. As we cast our mind back to the tragic event of 2022, we remember the heart-wrenching scenes of communities torn asunder, livelihoods lost, homes submerged beneath the relentless force of nature. The floods were not merely an act of fate. They were a result of human actions and inaction, unplanned urban expansions, unchecked deforestations, and inadequate infrastructure development all played a role in exacerbating the catastrophe. However, from adversity, a newfound determination has emerged, a determination to reshape our future, to steer our cities towards resilience, and to create a sustainable built environment that can weather the storms of tomorrow. South Africa, like many nations, stand at crossroads. We have a choice to make. A choice between perpetuating the same practices that have led us to this precipice, or embracing a path of innovation, cooperation, and ecological stewardship. The time for complacency has passed. The era of bold action is upon us. Our cities must evolve, not just concrete jungles, but a thriving ecosystem where human and nature coexist harmoniously. We must envision and implement urban development that places people and the environment at the center, safeguarding our cities against the ravages of climate change. To this vision, we must commit a three-pronged approach. Resilience urban planning. We must revolutionize our urban planning paradigms. Let us create cities that are designed with nature rather than against it. Green spaces, wetlands, and sustainable drainage system must become integral component of our urban landscape. Compact and walkable neighborhoods, accessible public transportation, and energy-efficient buildings that are not merely luxuries, but essential elements of resilient urban design. Let us champion policies that insensitize green building practices and promote urban designs that enhance our cities' adaptive capacities. Infrastructure reinvention. The floods of 2022 revealed the vulnerability of our infrastructure systems. As we rebuild, we must invest in smart, adaptable, climate-resilient infrastructure. Our roads, bridges, and utilities should not only withstand the elements, but also minimize their impact on the environment. Technological innovations such as smart grid and renewable energy integration can play a pivotal role in reducing our carbon footprint while boosting our preparedness for the future climate event. Collaborative governance. The challenge before us is too vast and any one entity can tackle alone. We must foster multi-stakeholder collaborations that transcends borders, sectors, and ideologies. Governments, private industries, civil society, and academia must come together to co-create solutions, share knowledge, and drive change. Let us build partnerships that enables the seamless flow of expertise, resources, technologies, ensuring that no community is left behind. In conclusion, the floods of 2022 were a grim reminder that the consequences of climate change are not distant threats, but stark realities that demand our immediate attention. As we convene here in KZN, let us turn tragedy into opportunities, crises into catalysts. Let us forge a new path, a path of sustainable urban development that respects the interconnectedness of all life on this planet. Let us be the generation that transcends narrow interest and embraces the collective responsibilities of safeguarding our environment for the present and future generation. Together, let us rise above the challenges, ignite a new era of sustainable urbanization, and build a resilient South African built environment that stands as a beacon of hope for the world. I thank you. I would then like to introduce our Honorable Minister, who is going to deliver the keynote address, tackling the challenges of closing the gaps between climate change policies and practice as a built environment perspective. Our Minister, Sihle Zikalala.
Thanks. Let us be seated. May I take this opportunity to extend my greetings to all of you this morning. So, 3 speakers have spoken here. And as they were speaking, I was observing the audience. I realized that in the audience, we have a lot of professionals, especially in the built industry. Not that you are tense but I realized that it looked like you are skeptical and you think that you will be subjected to an examination. May I assure you there will be no exam today. I extend my greetings to all of you this morning. The Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Ms. Bernice Swart, who is joining us virtually. His Worship, the Mayor of eThekwini Metropolitan Council, Councillor Mxolisi Thomas Kaunda. The President of the South African Local Government Association, Councillor Begistofile, Councillor Donda Siakulega, and all other councillors who are with us today. The chairperson and our main host of this event, Chairperson of the Council of the Built Environment, CBE, Ms. Anelia Mchali. Thank you for hosting us. I also acknowledge the CEO of the CBE, Mr. Mieza, or Dr. Msizi Mieza. I've seen others, including the CEO of CIDP, Mr. Dladla Kabatili. So you can see that in this industry we've got CEOs, and you can see them. They are really CEOs. We also want to acknowledge the presence of various officials from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure nationally, as well as provincially. All of you were professionals from various fields within the built environment. The team from Lamontville that offered us a good rendition early this morning as we opened. So from now, and let's give them a big round hand of applause. So from now I know ukuthi obala abantu abacula behind umkhokha, and I've seen them. Ngiyafisa ukubonga, they've rendered a very well item. Our special advisor in the department, Mr. Mdun Hlongo, distinguished guests and all. Well, those who knows government normally get criticized. And in rare moments where people thanks and applaud. So this morning, I woke up at 5 and started from Virginia Airport down to the end of the promenade. Back. Then I ran toward or along Umgeni River, where Umgeni flows to the sea, till Moses Mapita Vision Active. And I want to thank His Worship the Mayor for the improvement we see in the cleanliness of the city. And it is important that, Mayor, we applaud you on that. I was not in the car, I was running, so I saw everything. And I want to thank this improvement. Fellow colleagues and compatriots, it is an honor to be part of this inauguration of the climate change conference in the city of eThekwini in KwaZulu-Natal. We've gathered here not merely as representatives of our respective provinces, municipalities, or sectors, but as architects of change, as advocates for a sustainable future, and as stewards for our planet. We applaud the Council for the Built Environment for building or for bringing us together so that we will explore issues that affect us when it comes to climate change and its impact in the built environment. Climate crisis is not a distant threat, but a stark reality which is present and has the potential to remain with us permanently. We're witnessing devastation at our homes, in the areas where we live, and worldwide, with extreme weather events sea level rise, and disruption to ecosystem. The urgency of this crisis compels us to take bold and concerted action, not tomorrow but today. This call to arms for all of us to come together as individuals, communities, organizations, and government to tackle this global challenge. As we conclude the Women's Month, the month of August, we also remember with pride and gratitude the late champion of environmental protection, Minister Edna Mlewa, who passed away 5 years ago. It was Minister Mlewa who galvanized our nation to prepare itself that a healthy environment is necessary and it is the basis for a healthy economy. The climate in Indaba take place under the broad theme, as I quote, restoring access, rebuilding social cohesion, healing communities through social infrastructure, close quote. It is a theme that resonates deeply with our hearts. It requires that we close the gap between the climate change policies and practice, especially within the context of South African built environment. We are called upon to move from the climate policy to pragmatic action in the South African built environment. As we reflect upon the devastating floods of 2022 that swept through our nation, we are reminded of stark reality that policy papers and rhetoric alone cannot shield our communities from unforgiving forces of nature. The time for mere lip service is over. The moment has arrived for bold and pragmatic action that align our policies with the ground lived experience. The floods were not just a natural disaster, they were a poignant reminder that our climate policies must seamlessly translate into tangible transformation in the built environment. To bridge this gap between the climate change or climate policy and practice, we have to follow a comprehensive approach that encompasses at least 3 pivotal aspects. The first is the integrated climate response urban planning. We must infuse our urban planning strategies with climate resilient at the core. It is imperative that we weave together the trend of climate science, architecture, and urban planning to create cities that can withstand the challenges of the changing climate. Our urban landscape must be reimagined as dynamic ecosystem that conserves water, mitigate heat, and facilitate sustainable mobility. The interplay of the green infrastructure, compact urban layout, and the energy efficient buildings must become the hallmark of our urban planning efforts. Now, having said this, I have said let us be at a lived experience. One of the experience we have is that urban planning that was done before and during the apartheid regime build cities, even in areas that you will know that once it rains, those cities will be flooded. And therefore, the drainage system will be overburdened and will never cope. Some of the cities are built behind big rivers that flow into cities, destroying the whole infrastructure. And I'm sure those of you who knows KwaZulu-Natal, in mind, the first will be the Ladysmith. Every time it rains, irrespective of the magnitude, but you will know that the city itself will be affected. So urban planning is quite important. And I'm trying to drive the point in everything that we are doing. Even if it is planning, we must plan, but take into cognizance that the plan must resonate with what the lived experience. The second aspect is that of inclusive stakeholder engagement. Closing the gap between the policy and practice require that active involvement of all stakeholders should always be enhanced. We're called upon to foster a culture of collaboration that transcends boundaries, be it geographical, sectoral, or ideological. Government, private enterprises, local communities, and academia must forge robust partnership that facilitate knowledge exchange, technology transfer, and resource sharing. Now, what is the lived experience when I talk about collaborative effort of all stakeholders? You've got the municipality dealing with planning. Within the municipality, you will have traditional areas. And people get given sites to build anywhere. Whether it's eThekwini Mayor Kaunda or isemhlathuze Babdonda. The reality is that induna namakhosi kwesinye isikhathi sebekubeka uyidingela indawo abazi ukuthi kukhona into ekuthiwa i-wetland bakufake khona, and therefore wakhe wena and you build your beautiful house, and at the end you find that the house will be sinking. I can share with you an experience of the township called Matatini, where there are houses that are sinking because they were built in an area not conducive for residential purposes. And therefore, we must educate each other. And that's why collaborative effort will include that the academia assist by being part of providing education to communities. We plead with the academia and NGOs not only to play a role of being a watchdog, but to input and assist in bringing education. If a councillor goes to a traditional leader and say, this cannot be done, the councillor will be viewed as a person who is imposing himself and one power over the traditional leaders. But if NGOs and the academia plays a role, you will then find a good, positive result. But there is a need of the private sector to participate. And I think both the president of SALCA, Councillor Stofile, and the mayor, Councillor Kaunda, have covered this point. If private companies will not take care of waste management and just dispose waste anywhere, and sometimes illegal, that then exacerbate the risk of the exposure to climate change. And therefore, we need all of us to collaborate and work together. Not that government must be left alone, but we must be able to plan together and close this gap. We must, as the third aspect, ensure empowering regulatory framework. Our climate change policies must be underpinned by regulatory framework that empower transformational change, incentives for green buildings, renewable energy integration, and climate resilience infrastructure must be woven into our legal fabric. If we succeed in creating an enabling environment, we can drive innovation, catalyze investment, and empower our industries to adopt practices that align with our climate objectives. Collectively, we should pioneer solutions that not only reduce our carbon footprint, but also improve the quality of built environment by funding research into new technologies, material, and construction practices. The floods of 2022 were a stark wake-up call, a testament to the urgent need for synergy and synergizing the work between policy formulation and pragmatic implementation. So I'm sorry to officials from government. I've used the word pragmatic maybe 2 or 3 times, and that is for purpose. Pragmatic, it's a state that is agile. It plan and do. It doesn't plan, and do. Ngelinye ilanga. A pragmatic state, pragmatism is to be able to conceptualize and detail that into actual planning and then implement. So pragmatism is informed by both knowledge and development of plans or concepts, but implementation. So we will appeal to all of those who are in the profession to embrace pragmatism. The rise in the natural disasters, such as floods caused by climate change, has implications for those tasked within built environment. These include our entities that are responsible for building, and this includes the department itself, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. It includes IDT, it includes the IDP, and all of us, when we ensure that there is a construction, it must be a construction of infrastructure that is resilient. And therefore, we must collaborate in this regard. The building of quality, reliable, and sustainable infrastructure to support the well-being of the people and economic development has become even more critical. This is in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 9, which put inclusive, resilient infrastructure at the center of development. We therefore need to invest in strengthening the capability of the state and its organs in managing climate resilient assets by integrating climate change considerations into our planning tools and the implementation of infrastructure delivery management system. One of the critical areas is the environmental assessment and the climate change. Climate change should not be viewed in isolation, but rather as a cross-cutting issue influencing all aspects of development. In this sense, environmental assessment is a critical tool in our arsenal to combat and manage climate change impact. The Environmental Assessment Practitioners Association of South Africa is mandated to provide quality assurance regarding EAPs. Assessment should not be done as a matter of ticking the box exercise, but should be used to inform the correct location and design of infrastructure. The role of Engineering Council of South Africa in combating climate change is also critical. As a regulator, the Engineering Council of South Africa should ensure that engineering professionals become vital in responding to climate change through various strategies and solutions. It is engineers who are at the forefront of designing energy-efficient building, carbon capture and storage technologies, smart grid, sustainable water management, water recycling, and climate modeling. And therefore, we will need astute engineers for these purposes. The role of Geomatics Council in responding to climate change is one that cannot be ignored. We recognize the crucial role of geometric professionals, which is normally the first one of the scene of disaster. The technology continues to adapt. We've seen 3D mapping coming into the picture as one of critical technologies, and therefore all of those technologies must be embraced to ensure that we protect livelihood. The role of architects and architectural professionals is also one of the important issues. Our response to climate change begins at the project inspection, determining the suitability of the site, planning alternative forms of energy, thinking about water harvesting. The South African Council of Architectural Profession is therefore an important statutory body which plays a vital role in sustainable design, regulating, and ensuring the highest standard within the architectural professional. It is encouraging to see architectural professionals embracing sustainable principles and making such principles an integral part of their work. The use of natural material within project areas make buildings sustainable and organic and in sync with local culture and building practices. This must be encouraged to minimize the use of foreign material which exacerbate the impact of climate change. And therefore, as we welcome one of those who have contributed in the development of cities, Dr. Sycliffe, as I believe by profession you are a planner as well, or you have knowledge in that. And we hope that such knowledge must be impacted to young generations. We must fully harness indigenous knowledge system to achieve sustainable design as our practical response to climate change and building climate resilient communities. To achieve all of these, cooperation is paramount. We call upon all professions, architects, engineers, planners, policymakers, but also stakeholders, government, private sector, NGOs, there are even traditional leaders to work hand in hand to leverage knowledge and resources to respond to climate crisis effectively. The application of the district development model must put the protection of the environment at the center of all plans of the three spheres of government. Innovation and advocating for climate resilience regulation also is important. And that's why the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is committed to development and implementation of climate resilient regulations and standards. We must work closely with multiple disciplines and stakeholders to create a regulatory framework that incentivizes and mandates sustainable design practices across the built environment disciplines. To achieve a sustainable and equitable future, we must also address the challenges of the post-apartheid spatial planning. It is not just the post, but it is something we inherited from the apartheid rule. We recognize that the release of state-owned land for densely mixed-use development remain key enabler to ensure effective and sustainable livelihood. We pledge to play a leading role in transforming by promoting framework which allows household, communities, and businesses to set up decentralized utilities to ease the burden on municipalities and improve access to basic essential goods and services. These approaches will not only create livable and smart cities, but will equally promote inclusive growth. Research tells us that building and construction are responsible for almost 40% of the world energy-related carbon emission. Our department is determined to lead in implementing policies that ensure that all government buildings utilize resource efficiently, diversify the energy generation mix, reduce reliance on fossil fuel, attract private sector investment, and secure energy generation capacity through the implementation of the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Procurement Program. We are also determined to continue ensuring benchmarking carbon emission. We also want to ensure that we continue to attract investment in the green hydrogen projects. There are 19 green hydrogen projects that have been identified for the development in South Africa over a medium to long term, 9 of which have been registered in terms of the Infrastructure Development Act as strategic integrated project. We take pride in the work of Agrima South Africa, which has developed proper standards and systems which promote eco-labeling by standardizing the specification of eco-friendly product. At the same time, through Infrastructure South Africa, we would want to spearhead the green hydrogen project and the installation of alternative solution in terms of energy, water, and recycling in the government buildings. Thus, we want to say, as we do all of this, let us also not forget that we still carry a responsibility of transforming the economy. Emerging contractors and enterprises owned by women, youth, and disabled people should also become participants in a futuristic construction environment and benefit the sectors and the vulnerable sectors of our country. And that's why CIDP last week hosted the awards for women in construction. And we want to applaud that. It must continue. Young people, women, disabled people must not be left at the periphery of the economy. The department has made a commitment for all its contracts to have standard built-in maintenance plan requirement. The construction industry need to rapidly digitalize, which will make the delivery and maintenance of infrastructure more efficient. Digitalization speed up infrastructure planning, reduce rework, and save our precious resources. 3D modeling software is revolutionizing the industry, and therefore, let us embrace innovation. Let us remember that the built environment is not just about the structure. It is about inventing and shaping our future. Together, we have the power to build a world where the construction and property sector becomes a driving force for healing our planet. We're confident that by working together, we can usher in a brighter, more sustainable future. Let this climate Indaba be a testament to our commitment to a world where environmental standards are high and symbol of our dedication to the well-being of our planet and future generations. And there, in doing that, we will preserve this world for generations to come. We wish you, especially the panelists who will come, we wish you robust but fruitful engagement. We are prepared to learn from all of those who are mandated and tasked to present. One of the emphasis I always put, it is correct to learn, but it is also important to unlearn those tendencies that we've adopted that are no longer helpful. I think we must unlearn them. We wish you all successful deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister Zikalala, for your lively address that envisions reimagined cities with a dynamic urban ecosystem, with energy-efficient buildings and knowledge drawn from academia, traditional leadership, civil society, government, and beyond, and really the importance of learning and relearning, as you've said. It's almost time for us to take a short break. Before we do that, please may I ask that the photographers make their way to the front of the stage so we can do a quick family photo with on the stage at the moment. And after that, have a quick tea break. That's the one part. The second part is that we are going to ask members of the media are going to be ushered up by people at the doors for a question and answer session with the minister while there is a tea break happening, just one or two announcements as well. Please can I ask that the owner of a white Suzuki with a registration that starts with KK, go and check on the car, whether you're renting it or owning it. It seems to be open there. And then there's a brown bag that's been found a little bit earlier on. You can check with security or at sound if you are missing a small brown bag. So now it's just time for our photo session. Please may I ask that everybody stand, make their way to the front of the stage so photographers can get images of you before we take the break and have the question and answer session with members of the media and Minister Sihle Zikalala. All right, thank you very much. If you are in the room, it is time for a tea break. In the interest of time, please may I ask that we be back in the room in the next 10 minutes, even if it means that you're bringing your coffee or your tea with you so we can keep the program moving. And a reminder to members of the media that the question and answer session with the minister is now. You will be ushered to that. So please also let's make our way there. Thank you very much for your time and getting back into the room. Our next speaker is the Chief Executive Officer of the Council for the Built Environment, Dr. Msizi Mieza. Please, a round of applause for him as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you.
Sanbonan, good morning. Good afternoon. Goeienaand. Oh, no, I wanted to check whether you're listening. No, thank you very much, colleagues. Mine is a quick one. I'm not sure what, oh yeah, it's loaded. Mine is a quick one, colleagues. We have been given a directive by the political leadership this morning, but I think it's important that we come back to life on why we're here. So you can see that the political leadership, excluding the SALGA is not political leadership. These are our partners. So President Stofile, we are embracing you as part of this collective of professionals. Colleagues, I thought it's important that we trace the steps on what the minister said. I think this, I'm just giving you the information that is known. And it's Googleable in terms of where we are located as CBE. So just a brief digression. When I joined CBE, I was told that I must not miss an opportunity of telling the audience on who CBE is and what we do and where are we located in the bigger scheme of things. So this slide really just gives you that context. The minister spoke about it. The second point that I want to convey to you is in relation to the CBE family. So the minister was making emphasis about different areas in terms of the work that must be done by different professional teams. This is what the composition of the CBE family. It's 9 professional councils. So this work that we are presenting here today, it's a collaborative effort with my colleagues. The third one, I think the chairperson spoke about it, is the rationale why CBE exists. So if you Google CBE Act, you'll see that we've got a broad mandate. So what we have done as an organization, we've categorized into 4 parts. Part 1 is the regulatory part. Part 2, the coordination part. Part 3, the facilitatory role. Part 4 is where we act as an appeals authority of the built environment. So in an event where a member of the public is unhappy with the work done by an architect, the process has gone through at that professional level, they can come to CBE for appeals. I'm using that as an example. In most cases, you find that maybe there's an interpretation issue, or it's just a matter wherein a member might have not understood a particular policy. So that's really what CBE does. But I think it's important then to restate why we convened you. And I think the chair spoke about this point also in passing. It's those 2 clauses of the CBE Act that instructed us as administration within the organization to kickstart this process. There is also a council decision to formally establish what we call a sustainability forum. I'm using forum because it's in the Act. It's not a forum loosely, it's like a forum that is legislated. And Tate Gore is leading that program. This is just a genesis for those colleagues who might have been part of the discussion. What prompted us as CBE to start this process was the flooding that we experienced in KZN. I think the minister and the mayor spoke about it. And I think we said, as a profession, what is our view on what is happening in the industry or in the country? That's really what prompted us to start this process. And then we started engaging with the like-minded people. Mr. Opperman, you're part of the discussion. I think what we all agreed in Stellenbosch Bongani was that collectively we accept that our laws are enabling enough for us to do what the minister was asking us to do. But secondly, we had to rethink our built environment education. Thirdly, how do we partner with the civil society, traditional leadership, communities in tapping into the wisdom that they have? And fourthly, obviously, as a regulator, we need to make a submission to a higher structure. That's when then our submission here or discussion here will be packaged into a document that will be submitted to the Presidential Climate Commission. The minister spoke about this, so I'm not going to spend time, but I think these are the key areas that colleagues will be discussing. You know, these questions, when we were posing them, they were prompted by some of the questions we got from professionals to say, why is CBE so obsessed about climate change? Everyone is discussing it. The industry is grappled by a number of challenges, construction mafia, our rates are not up to scratch, and the number of issues that they raised. And our view was that I think it's important for us to have this discourse and be part of the discourse as a profession. But not only because we think climate change is a buzzword or a sexy subject, but I think we need to ensure that we make a contribution. So I'm posing these questions to you, colleagues, because we have to have a common starting point. One, do we agree that climate change that we're experiencing globally and in South Africa, we also have a contribution? Two, do we accept that as professionals, like the minister was directing us, that we must think the way we design and develop a rollout infrastructure? And three, SALGA president said we must not leave anyone behind. Do we accept that the climate change discourse must be inclusive? And four, do we accept that the policies that we come up with must be people-centered in the context of what the president spoke about? So if we all accept those as the basis for our deliberation moving forward, I think it's important to be reminded on why we're having this discussion. So for colleagues, you might remember the Brundtland report that was published a couple of years ago. It's still relevant, and I think we can't leave some of the lessons that came through from that process. Only because if you look at the cities nowadays, it's predicted that the highest growth will be in Africa, in Tanzania, Nigeria, and other countries. Obviously, if you understand the infrastructure that we have in African continent, obviously with climate change, you superimpose that, you then have a bigger crisis to deal with. So our policies must not only look at infrastructure in terms of resilience and innovation and accessibility, but also how do we ensure that we respond to the climate change imperatives. These are just images that I normally use when I engage colleagues, because sometimes we tend to use words more than we should. If you go to Mombasa, these pictures are not dramatized. Some of them I took them myself. There's nothing wrong with these pictures, but that's what we're dealing with. That's what local government deals with. But sometimes colleagues will ask, but why you always show pictures of depression and there's also good work that is being done. So you must always balance your messaging. But that's a picture of Alexandra in Johannesburg. So even if minister were to do something with Alexandra, you can't do anything because there is no land to do anything. But I think it requires an innovation. So if you're a professional, you are appointed by Gauteng provincial government together with Stop Joburg to work in Alexandra, that is what you'll be confronted with. And I think the point that we're making is that where you find vulnerable group or society is in the periphery, no infrastructure, nothing. And I think those are challenges that confront us as professionals. And I think this is a point that all of us will be familiar. I'm sure most of us, when we were introduced to this climate change discourse, was about saving the bear. So there was a picture of the bear in the island stranded. And I think that's how climate change was introduced. When we talk about climate change in my village, Kombonambi, Babundon, people will say, "Bekunenkanyamba, idlulile ngakwamyeza," because my grandmother ubethakatha, so he stole an egg, and so that's why it blew our house. But I'm just saying these are realities. So we need to find a way of actually engaging with communities on this matter. These pictures, if you think about what happened in Durban, please look at the pictures in context of the dates. That was in 2019 May. That was 2023 in Port St. John's. That was in Richards Bay in April. That was in Cape Town around June. That was in Nanda, in eThekwini. So if you're sitting here, you still deny that something has to be done, I think we might have to ask the professors in the room to take you back to a classroom on how you can engage with content and facts as they are presented to you. So colleagues, climate change is a reality, but we can't stop here. And in our view as a council is that we confirm the question that we posed because we say, yes, it exists. But we don't stop there, Minister and colleagues. We must use data at our disposal to make informed decisions. But you can't be scaring people about, if you don't change, you're going to be banning in the next 10 years. No, we must be pragmatic, Minister, but implement what we're agreeing on. So that's really the point we're making as CBE. And I think Minister challenged us colleagues that at times we become too rigid. So he called for agility. So if you're an engineer, a town planner, an architect, our processes are prescribed. That if you're doing a township establishment, member Mohop, this is a process. If you are starting a project, whether in a construction, this is a process you must follow. I was having an engagement with one of the HOD, I won't mention the name because I didn't see him here. He was saying sometimes they build roads in areas where they know that the information given to them, it was predicted that the climate change will impact that particular area, but they continue. And I think that agility for us is important to say, yes, there is a discipline in our profession, but we must rethink how we actually implement projects. These are some of the proposition colleagues are making. I'm not saying I'm framing the discussion or restricting how Bongani and other sessions will actually engage on the subject matter. I'm saying we must rethink on how we build houses. In other countries, when they know that there's climatic issues or heavy rainfall, they design houses differently. And I think it's something we can do as well. The second point that we are making is that there's data available, whether you go to weather services. So we must use data to make informed decisions. And the policy must be informed by data. It can't be slogans and the buzzwords. I think we must be empirical on what we're proposing as a profession. This is a reflection as colleagues who are sitting here from professional councils. I think also we must reflect on how we regulate the profession. The fragmentation that you see across the different disciplines. It's something that I'm posing a question to my colleagues with the 9 professional councils that we have, that perhaps as part of rethinking or relooking at the built environment education, we might have to also reflect as a profession or professional bodies on how do we actually perpetuate fragmentation that we see. I think the issue of housing typologies has been discussed, and I think what has happened, Minister and colleagues, is that if you talk about innovative housing design, it's been construed as a material that can only be used for low-cost income earners. So I think there's a discourse that must be engaged on what does it mean when we say let's build using alternative technologies. So Manja, my colleague, will attest to that. There's a trust deficit when someone says, no, use this kind of technology. You can check the solar panels that were introduced in the last couple of years compared to what we are seeing now. So you'll find them in the RDB houses. Fast forward now, because of load shedding and other things, our solar panel is different than the one that you'll find in Mvoti. So I think that also evolution must also take place. And I think these are some of the issues that I think colleagues will actually be presenting today and tomorrow. And also the infrastructure that we use, the minister challenged us to rethink some of the issues. So Manja will lead on those particular issues. There was a strong call that came through from this morning session about the indigenous knowledge on how we design in the built environment especially. And I think it's something that we need to pay attention to as a profession. So colleagues, in summary, what we are saying is that we must mobilize ourselves as a movement, not a movement, but a movement of change, a movement that is engraved on South African values of Ubuntu and ensuring that we contribute into the NDP and government programs. So that's really what we must do. So arising out of this session, colleagues, we don't want to have a long document that we're going to submit to the minister, but it has to be an actionable document, perhaps with not necessarily timelines on when we're going to do what, but at least commit to something that is tangible. As I conclude, Program Director, we are closing the Women's Month. So I just want to say, if you've forgotten anything I said, please remember that my heart is on for you. So happy Women's Month. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mieza, and also thank you for sticking to time or not taking up the full time. If we could please follow the CEO's example, as we are running a bit behind time and would like to make it. The next few speakers are unfortunately standing between us and lunch, but Dr. Alfonso Nkurunziza is going to join us virtually. He's the Director of African Center of Excellence in Transport and Logistics, CST, University of Rwanda. Dr. Nkurunziza, a very good afternoon to you. It's over to you. Good afternoon. We're just waiting for that sound.
So can you hear me?
We can hear you now very well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me try to share my PowerPoint. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see the screen. Thank you.
Yes. So you can see my PowerPoint?
We can see your PowerPoint and we can see you.
And you can see me. That's great. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm hearing you quite far, but that's okay. Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here today, and thank you very much for the kind invitation. So, as the master of ceremony or the moderator of the session is saying, Alphonse Nkurunziza from the University of Rwanda. I'm the director of the Center of Excellence in Transport, African Center of Excellence in Transport and Logistics. And I also used to be the Director General of Infrastructure and Urban Development in the state of Kigali for a period of 5 years before I went back to the university. So I'm happy to be here and share a bit of the experience and the topic of today and the theme. Thank you very much for organizing such a wonderful theme related to climate change, but also basically around infrastructure development. So I'm going to give you a talk today, which is around within the built environment state apparatus, how Kigali bridges the implementation gap administratively. So that's the topic. So I'm gonna share you a bit of experiences, how Kigali has managed to do its work and around infrastructure development, but also tackling the urbanization issues as well as the climate change effects. So are we together or I'm talking to myself alone? Hello?
We are all together. Yes, and I think for the rest of the time, unless there's a problem, you're welcome to go ahead. We are engaged, we are watching you, and we're really looking forward to your conversation.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you. Already I give my introduction, so I can go directly to the presentation. So Kigali is the capital city of Rwanda, and sorry for that. So it's we want Kigali to be a center of urban excellence in Africa. And this is actually Kigali is having pillars that more to have a pillar on green and efficient city. So we need to make Kigali also a vibrant and productive city. We need to make it an inclusive city. So these are some of the pillars that govern the processes of planning in the city. And this is very key because the Kigali planning, Kigali master planning and development as well as implementation all relies on these three pillars. So what we can see here is the themes. We have 8 themes of development in Kigali. One, we aim to become a center of excellence in terms of planning, but also, sorry for the presentation is just more. So, so we aim to be a center of excellence in terms of planning and also implementation of activities. But also we have a theme, we need to be a city at work, so meaning that we have to create employment jobs for our own people. And then we have also to have a city that is more lean on sustainable public transport systems. So that's the city on the move. So we make sure that the city is moving well and but also people can move but more efficient, but at the same time a low cost means of transport system that is affordable to the citizens. So we need to make sure that Kigali is also a city for citizens. So people, all the planning processes and implementation around are centered around people. So this is what really the city is doing. And the whole planning processes in Rwanda also rely based on citizens. So the citizens are the central point to see. Then we aim also the city to have to be a city of mixed use neighborhoods, meaning that we need to make more densification and make sure that we reduce on the number of urban sprawl, but more densification, meaning that we utilize the land. So the land that we have is not enough, so we make sure that we optimize the available land that we have. So we have to have Kigali as a green city. So this is very key and very important. So we need to make sure that we combat the issues of climate change effects and also dealing with all issues that are related to climate change impacts. And that's why Kigali is also trying to make sure that while we are planning and implementing, we try to make sure that we bring in more green city initiatives. So, and then we have it a more as efficient city whereby we use more smart technology to make sure that most of the services and such are run by intelligent systems read by IT technology. And then we need to be a creative city whereby we need to have a city that is more creative, where people are more able to have innovation and be able to meet the needs of the people through creativity and also making sure. So these are the pillars, the 8 themes of development around the city of Kigali that has driven it to this stage, but also while the state government is trying to work on that. So having seen all these themes, the 8 themes, having seen also the envisioning of the Kigali city, this is all driven by public engagement process. This is very key in making sure that we have a master planning and implementation of activities that are more important. So here we engage people to make sure that all the planning processes along the 8 themes, but also along the pillars that we have, the 3 pillars we have seen, are all engaged on public engagement process. So making sure that people own themselves. That's how the most of the implementation gap is minimized, where we make sure that what is being planned is something that is for people, not just coming from the offices of planning, but people are more engaged to make sure that everything is in good order. So the Kigali Master Planning and Implementation Public Engagement, we have tried to apply the participatory integrated approach. We have also established a multi-stakeholder decision-making process to strengthen local governance, inclusive planning, and sustainable environment. So these are very key areas that have driven to the growth of the city in terms of sustainability, but also in terms of moving things to be implemented. So making sure the stakeholders are at the agenda and they know everything that's being planned for them. And this is also based on the achievement of the United Nations, those are the SDGs, especially SDG 1, which deals with the urbanization process, sustainable cities and communities. And we make sure that this already already embedded within the planning processes, and then being also be able to be taken to people themselves, so that people own most of this, so that once they see activities being brought upon, then they are able to adhere, they are able to follow, and they're able to own them. And the city doesn't need to do a lot, but instead people themselves, they know what they should be doing and the needs they have for their own city. So inside here, we are still on the public engagement. So I'm taking you through the processes that we go through, or the city has been going through. First of all, we have the city councillors, and the city councillors are very key to provide guidance, direction, and approval for master planning and implementation. So this is very important. This is very important in the sense that the state councillors are the ones that give the ideas. They also plan, and also in implementation they do a follow-up because they present the people or the city citizens. So in trying to bring all what's needed. So the state government has also tried to create the technical advisory group or the technical advisory board to provide inputs to strategic planning decisions and enhance governance and coordination. So this is very important organ that also makes all the technical inputs what's needed, and all these people are selected from the different organs of the government. So where they provide inputs, and then we have the state councillors who come from citizens, bringing all the budgeting processes. They approve it, but it also goes to the citizens. They bring it back. So this allows better planning and ownership by the people. We also engage stakeholder meetings. These are conducted to make sure that all activities are done in well by considering most of the people and collecting comments, inputs from stakeholders, and making sure that people are really owning the whole processes. So they go through implementation stages, design processes, initiation of the ideas in design implementation. Everywhere we make sure that all people are engaged. So this helps us to leverage on the knowledge people have, but also the ideas that citizens have in their mind, to put them into the planning processes, and that builds helps us to bridge the gap that's in implementation. So this is the same with stakeholders engagement. So this is like when we are planning, we make sure that all stakeholders engaged. We have several ways, like focus groups, discussions with community and stakeholders representatives. You see here we are planning in the city and trying to know what people need. So this is very important because people give the ideas on how they want their city and what city they want. And then we have the tag meetings. Those are the technical advisory group meetings, and we have stakeholders meetings, which we have already seen. And also we have feedbacks mostly received from districts, villages. They send SMSs. They can even send messages on Facebook or these areas. They can read. So you see one of the photos here. It's me when I was just getting ideas from people from the field to make sure that we own the whole processes, people own it. And then this, what we have done here is to make sure that all the information given is taken into the planning processes and later in implementation, so that when we go to implement, then it becomes more easy for people to own the whole program because they were all involved. So we have different communication platforms. The state government has different platforms where people give their ideas, the views they have. So this is like a Kigali master plan. So on Twitter, on Facebook, on WhatsApp, on emails. So participation in international forums, radio, TVs, or Muganda. So Muganda meetings are very key. These are homegrown solutions where we conduct Muganda every month, where people meet and make some developmental activities, like maybe having drainage systems, cleaning, and people have to discuss about how they want to develop their own sector or area. So this is very important, so that all information collected is embedded into the planning processes and later also embedded into implementation, where we have the monitoring and evaluation that later comes to see whether the citizens are really happy with what is being done. So what you see here is also the Kigali Master Planning awareness campaigns that are done to make sure that really the real activities are being taken up, like public exhibition and brochures, master plan awareness at the government institutions. Definitely government institutions are being approached. Online master plan, remember agents training. So we make sure that the digital system for the government is working, where people can be trained to know exactly how the master plan is working, and they can give their ideas. They can even put the inputs. So public master planning of the city over the radios, over the TVs, and public events, master planning awareness with the private sector. Even we can also during the car-free days, we have car-free days that happen 2 times a month. So these are very key to give all the messages around the state planning and all the activities that are going to be done for the citizens, and the citizens give their own views, and even they give in the budgeting of the activities that are going to be done by the state government. They give their inputs on how much funds they need on such activities. They make the prioritization, and this goes back to the city. So by the time they come on the ground, so everybody is owning this. At least they own most of these activities because they participated from the beginning in the planning processes, and then later in implementation, and later even in evaluation to see whether they have achieved what they wanted. The citizens also make accountable to the state government what they needed. So this is very key when it comes to planning, implementation, engagement, public engagement, and awareness are very, very, very important. So now I'm going to take you a bit on some of the strategies for implementation of the state master plan. In this case, I refer to the state of Kigali, but also trying to overcome some of the challenges. So what you can see, we have also some of the challenges. Much as we have done all this, we still also have big issues like other cities in Africa, which you cannot go aside. So we are not away from other cities also, the challenges that other African cities are facing. So what you can see here is the trend of continuing the urban sprawl and illegal constructions. So these have been happening. Like this is one of the area in one of the district of Kigali city, where at least you could see that there were in some years it was really green area with no problem, and mostly in here areas. Then as you go on, you see informal settlements catching up, growing, and now you can see that some of the informal settlements have really grown, and this is a big hurdle for development in terms of also mitigating climate change effects, also the issues that comes with all informal settlement development. So these are some of the challenges that the city is facing. So this is another area that you can see also that is having some one of the other districts that we have got as really land use changing, whereby we have informal settlements, and later see what is happening. So these are some of the challenges, especially in informal settlement development, which I think the city is now trying to really cover to make sure at least we mitigate such issues, but it's not easy, but we are also relying on that. So here are some of the proposed solutions that the city is trying to do. So the city is trying to propose some solutions on such issues of urban sprawl and illegal construction, where we have regulated development of greenfield area, that we make sure that we regulate the development of green, so the areas that are more green are really kept more protected. so that we don't, and the whole master plan is implemented according to phasing plans. So the phasing of the implementation so that we don't encroach more on the green fields. We also, the city is also trying to authorize development within greenfield areas only after approval of detailed layout or parcellation, land adjustment or rock area plans and infrastructure network with commitment to infrastructure upgrade or restoration of funding and timeline. Here we mean that the only greenfield areas are only being able to be developed in terms of infrastructure first by making physical plans, by making some parcellation plans so that people can settle in an orderly way than having more of informal settlements being developing, but also encouraging development along major infrastructure projects or corridors. So this is very key, especially when we have public transport systems along major areas. So development first happens along those big major corridors, that at least we make sure that we maximize the people that we can, all the land that is there, so that it is optimally utilized. So another proposed solution that the city is trying to do is enhance upgrading informed settlements, whereby there is a location where applicable should be applied 3 sites per year. So the city is trying to at least to make an upgrading on that, and also identify priority sites, at least 1 site per save, the smallest unit of the city. So so that one we try to the government tries to find out, the state government trying to find some of the sites that they can work on in each budget year, and also providing guidelines to allow interim housing with some permanent materials and some self-construction for low-income earners. So basically, people who are mostly living in informal settlements are the low-income people. So we make sure that at least there are some guidelines already made to see how most of these parcellations can be done, but also trying to not also diminish on the quality of standards for these people. Especially, we make sure that the best infrastructure is there, so that it can be able to penetrate inside there, like getting waste, getting water, getting electricity, and then we try to upgrade some of these informal settlement, but also having some affordable housing that is also with materials that are able are locally made, but not compromising on the quality of those all standards of materials that are being used for housing. So another solution I think the city is trying to do is informing the public on implementation phases. Like we have the land week, we have the governance month, we have the master plan month. We are to start with political leaders. So the political leaders are the ones that start also themselves. We go to the political leaders, they own them even from different fields. And then they help also the citizens where they live, where they stay in their homes, to understand what we mean by master planning and implementation of activities that really has to be spearheaded by most of these leaders in different sectors of the economy. So this is very, very important, because if the land week, the city and the land authority, they go closer to the people and make sure that they tell them about what is available for them in the planning and what the government is trying to do for them, and then they give their feedback and information how they want their city to be and what they need to do, and then the city supports them. So this is also being done by even other leaders, not only necessarily the state government officials. So then avail land to investors strictly as per phasing plan. So if we have investors that come, we normally the government tries to allocate the land that's more along the phasing plans of the master plan, where they should be allocated so that they develop. They don't come and select anywhere, but there are areas that are already planned for the different investors to work on, so that we maximize and optimize the land that we have. So the government of Rwanda developed to plan phases to focus on the exploitation of informal settlements rather than the green fields. So instead of going to the greenfield areas, where we need to make sure that the green areas are still conserved and making sure that we mitigate the climate change effects. So we make sure we maximize the available land that we have by making some of the exploitation of informal settlements and location of people, but also getting these people to upgrade, not really relocate, because it has also its own effects. But most importantly, maximizing the areas that have already infrastructure in place, but not creating new green areas where we need more infrastructure, yet the existing infrastructure is not utilized. So for the urban sprawl, we also develop perception plans. This already I said, perception plans. This is like mostly the network grids within neighborhoods, and these are already done so that people, when they come to buy plots, they are already in the areas where they can get access, very good access for water, for electricity, but also for road network. So this is one of the things that the city is doing. So another important proposed solution for this by the state government is to develop private sector, either through public-private partnership, memorandum of understandings, and development of perception plans and bulk infrastructure under the fund. So this is actually now the city government has got some very good innovations where people themselves are starting to build paved networks within their neighborhoods, where they contribute like 30%. Then the state government produces like 70%, so that at least we make sure that most of the neighborhood roads within the city are paved and they are free from dust. So this is some of the PPP initiatives that the government and the citizens themselves, it's an initiative the citizens that they want their home areas to be clean and away from dust. So this is a very, very, very important thing. So the next challenge, which I could say, is maximization of land use and infrastructure. So much as we have seen, we have to maximize the land use and infrastructure. For example, in Kigali, only 19% of our land in Kigali city is wetlands, and we have 31% or even having greater than 20% slope, because Kigali city is built on hilly area.
Dr.
It's in
Nkurunziza.
hills in a mountainous area. So 20% of the slopes where you cannot build most, and that makes 50% of our land,
I don't know if you can hear me.
under being conserved naturally, so that we don't exploit it. It might cause to the landslides and other climate change effects, like even. So this is very, very critical. So we only remain. So 19% of the urban area in Kigali encroaches in land unsuitable for development. So the developable land that we only have is only 30 to 35%. Imagine that's the only land that we have out of 100. So we need to maximize
Dr.
it
Nkurunziza,
and
I'm just
use
checking
it
if you can hear
optimally.
me.
So this is what, yes.
Okay, I know I did say to you a little bit earlier on that you can just keep
Hello?
on going and it's okay, but we do need to wrap up your presentation. So I wonder if you could, in the next minute or so, just continue giving us insights, as you've done so well, into what you've done in Rwanda, the kind of collaborations that you've seen, and just wrap up that for us, as we are out of time.
Yes, I'm getting closer to there, so I don't know whether you're listening to me. Yeah. So.
Sorry?
Hello?
No, I'm just checking if you can wrap up in the next minute. And my apologies for interrupting.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The land is optimization, so we make sure that the land is well optimized. So this is what we see. So if we have 1.7 million people, and then we have a projected population of around 3.8 million by 2050. So we have a problem if we don't maximize our land efficiently. So if we are settling at a density of 20 persons per hectare, so we can have only around 1 million people in 102 square kilometers that are habitable. So in that sense, we have a lack of 2.8 million people where they cannot live. So this is a very big issue, and this needs us to have more densification of development from today. So we need to make sure that this is very key. So we ask ourselves, are we utilizing our infrastructure investment correctly? So if we go by the trend that we have, we can only habit around 1 kilometer, 480 people only. So we need to optimize the land so that along each corridor we have more people settling around that. That's the densification around the areas. So we need to optimize this investment. So basically, this is what we have done. So we need to make sure, as I conclude, that land management staff should be really appointed, but also the possession of land and solution tied to phrasing of master plan and zoning. So all these major corridors, including transit-oriented development along major public transit corridors. So with this, so we have the issue also of affordable housing, but this is what we can see, that affordable housing, there are different strategies that the government is doing. So proposing also establishing criteria for housing and all this area that has to be done and reserved and acquired strategic land for affordable housing and development. So there are different, also we have issues of capacity building that also need to be tackled to make sure that at least the whole planning processes goes well. So as I conclude, we make sure that when you want to make sure that the city, you cross the implementation gap administratively, we make sure that we establish a multi-stakeholder decision making that is very strong. We make sure that we have a technical advisory board that is very strong. We make sure that we have a participatory integrated approach that is very key. We have also to extend, we have to establish an exclusive platform communication campaign. Above all, we need to have a political will and strong leadership to bridge the master planning and implementation gap. So without strong leadership, without a strong political will, I think most of our planning and implementation becomes a big issue. So I want to thank you very much with this. So I come to the end of my presentation. I'm sorry for the delay, but that's what I had to give. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alphonse Nkurunziza, joining us virtually from Rwanda there and really sharing your insight into what you've done in Rwanda. A lot of what we've been hearing about today has really been about engaging all stakeholders. The CEO brought it up earlier on, the minister brought it up as well. Public participation and a wide range of people really needed to tackle this issue of climate change. Really, thank you so much. Our next speaker is the head of Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs in KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Nhlakanipo Nkontwana. Now, if you see me moving towards the stage at any point or moving a little bit closer to you, it means it's time to wrap. But thank you very much. And a round of applause, please, for them as they make their way to the stage.
Thank you very much, Pelegas, and greetings to the Honorable Minister, His Worship the Mayor, and the President of SALCA. Let me stand on the protocol that has been established. I'm just going to try and be very short. I've been duly advised that I'm standing between yourself and lunch. Our task is just to share the experiences that we've had as a province when it comes to disasters, but we've taken you back 10 years. Can those who are assisting me with the presentation, if they can just start running it. I don't want to be a nuisance. I just want to be one of those who are progressive. Oh. No, thank you very much. This thing is going back. It's not, which one? Oh, okay, this one. Oh, okay. Thank you, that's technology for you. That's what we are going to cover, just to deal with the timelines, because I think it's important just to understand where we're coming from. As this province, we're very prone to disasters, and I think over the period of 10 years, we've seen quite a number of incidences of disasters, and those have resulted in the loss of businesses as well as the loss of lives. And our view is that there's nothing that we can do to stop natural disasters, but it's the manner in which we behave. And I think the CEO has indicated that majority of them are caused by ourselves as human beings. And I think we need to make sure that we are prepared to face them. I'm happy that as Africa, we've made strides in terms of ensuring that we focus on adaptation. This is the period that I'm taking you back to from 2010, when we had disasters. Only in 2014 where we did not have anything. Even this time around, over the period of 5 years or 6 years ago, only in 2018 where we did not have a disaster. The major one was in 2022 and recently 2023. The 22 one, we lost almost 400 citizens of this province, and it was not a good experience. It was a bad experience as a province that is also trying to recover from COVID-19 as well as social unrest. So these triple challenges impacted immensely on us as well as the businesses and the livelihood of people, let alone the infrastructure that was damaged. These are some of the issues, because what we needed to do was to make sure that we engage communities just to get real-time information, so that as government, when we respond, we are not manufacturing information. But these are some of the experiences that we had, that the infrastructure collapse as well as the loss of income. Quite a number of people lost jobs, and as well as the businesses that collapsed. And there are many incentives that we have to bring on board to make sure that we save some of the businesses, the road network system, especially those that link us to the ports. And I think His Worship has also covered that issue. We have got 2 ports that are being revamped. We have got a 12-year program where there's an investment of 103 billion for the 2 ports. And for us to have those challenges, it meant that we had to prolong the process. But Transnet is doing a lot in its power to make sure that we catch up. A lot of factories submerged, and I'm not going to repeat what the Honorable Minister indicated as far as Tugela is concerned, the Ladysmith. There is a view that we may have to re-establish Ladysmith somewhere, but you need to engage those people, because the whole city submerged underwater during the time of a disaster. There was an impact on the livestock, as you know, that this is a province that relies on agriculture as a sector. There are a lot of farmers that had to be saved, and some, especially when it comes to food security, when people are hungry and there's nothing to do, we are likely to have a challenge as government. And as a legitimate government, it's important that we respond to some of those issues. The damage to raw materials, we could not produce, we could not even export some of the products that we're producing as a province. These are just the pictures in terms of Bayhead Road leading to the Durban port. Here we show you what happened before and the after. This is the canal that, of course, was damaged, and it led to flooding at Toyota. Toyota is one of the major automotive industry in this province. In fact, we had to make sure that we go there and engage them for them not to move to Tokyo. Imagine if they had moved, we're going to lose quite a number of jobs as a result. This is what happened, and this is the after in terms of the pavement revampment that we had to do. This is the work that is done by your good selves as engineers to make sure that we deliver on this. We thought that it's important that we also encourage you in terms of the work that you have been doing. This is the bypass now that is being undertaken to ensure that there's a free flow between the port and out. You know that there's always an issue that is being raised, that our ports are not efficient. Of course, we're still working on that matter. In fact, this morning there was a meeting which I was supposed to be part of, just to deal with the issue of port expansion and how we make sure that we meet the demands of the economy, as it were. One of the lessons that we learned is that when it comes to issues of disasters, especially those that are caused by climate change, is the issue of financing. We are not the only one as a province, but every time there's a disaster, we have to reprioritize. I do recall at some point in another province, and I was working with another MEC, and he said, "HOD, the only thing you can do is to waive because we don't have money." And it's very problematic to do that, because people expect us as government to come to the party and deal with issues. But this is what really transpired and happened, that we had to make sure that we get money and reprioritize and cut on some of the key projects and make sure that we put aside 68 million. But I can tell you now that the submissions that have been made to us, they come close to 1 billion. That 68 million, it means nothing. And we have to make sure that we do something at least impactful to make sure that people are able to recover. The second one, I think it has been raised, the areas where we build, which are very sensitive. And the fortunate part of it on our part as a Department of Economic Development, we've got an element that deals with environmental affairs. We have to spend a lot of time just ensuring that people comply with NEMA and some of the regulations. And I think as people who are involved in this work as developers, it is important that we deal with these issues. I know that there are companies that have got a lot of money. They will just make sure that they cause a mess and say, no, but we do have money to pay for penalties. But that does not sustain the areas where we stay. You can pay a penalty, but in future we're likely to have another disaster. But these are some of the issues that we're sharing with you, that areas that are sensitive, the landscape must be taken into account when we plan for settlement of people. The number of uh, settlements that we have, which are not planned, I think that's the task that SALCA as well as COCTA is battling with, to eradicate the unplanned settlement. But our view is that moving forward, we need to make sure that we work together. The areas that are sensitive at least are protected. We can negotiate some of the things that we do to make sure that there's development, but you cannot develop at all cost to the detriment of the people. The third one is in engineering. We need to make sure that we've got nature-based solution to the problems that we have, especially the one that I was talking about, the South Basin, Durban Basin, where we have got quite a number of factories, especially where Toyota is, which is flooding. We need to work together and make sure that we come up with some technologies to make sure that those areas are not vulnerable. We don't want to lose jobs and we don't want to lose industries. We're at a point now, because it's linked to recovery, at a point where we are reindustrializing as a province, and we want to make sure that we sustain that. The wetlands, I'm not going to talk about that. We need to protect them to minimize flooding, and it's part of the work that and the discussion that you must have moving forward. The issue of the ecosystem, the adaptation, this is what needs to be done by communities, but what is important is for what government needs to do to make sure that it engages communities. But we as government, working with the private sector, is to make sure that we've got early warning systems. The last time I checked, there were almost 20 of them that we have, and I know that Dr. Stolle will be here tomorrow to talk about the early warning system that we have as a country, and we need to make sure that we leverage on that so that communities are not adversely affected by the climate change. I do know that the Disaster Management Amendment Act of 2015 does talk to some of these issues, especially the engagement of the institution of traditional leadership, as well as local government, to make sure that we have a well-coordinated response in dealing with these issues. The issue of the maintenance of the infrastructure, these plans must take into account climate change. And as builders, I'm not going to be involved in what to do as much as I understand the built environment. But I think when we do our own planning at a municipal level, because that's where we need to make sure that we create capacity and capability for us to make sure that whatever we build is climate proof. And these are some of the issues that we identified, that the infrastructure becomes vulnerable when there are floods. And as part of what we'll be dealing with, it is important that we take that into account. In our case, we have got the road network and the rail system, some of which we'll be visiting with the Provincial Executive Council, because we cannot move between different cities as a result. And that's why we need to make sure that we deal with this particular issue so that next time when we've got floods, at least the engineering system that we may have employed is able to sustain the infrastructure, especially rail, because we want to move trucks from the road. What you see in Richards Bay of all those trucks moving to the terminal is something that you don't want to see, but want everything to go back to rail. But we need to make sure that the infrastructure that we build at least must make sure that the plan is compliant and we're able to make sure that we've got a sustainable infrastructure. The lesson number 6, integrated planning instruments. This area is what we call a concurrent function. We've got national government playing its role, ourselves as a province, as well as municipalities. So when we plan, it's important, especially when it comes to special planning, it's important that each and every government department plays its role. But in this case, within the context of DDM, it's important that any SOE and any NGO and whoever operates within a jurisdiction of a municipality is able to play a role. Here, we're just giving you some of the examples of what we are doing, because the minister for DFFE is already working on this. As you might be aware, that there is a climate change bill in Parliament which seeks to address some of these issues, but it may not go to the extent of addressing some of the recent challenges. But we as a province, we have gone a mile to make sure that we come up with guidelines and address some of the challenges that we've been experiencing, because we seem to be affected by the climate change compared to other provinces. The lessons number 7 is the one of education and awareness. We have taken a decision that will go as far as going to the schools and engaging the institution of traditional leadership as well as municipalities to make sure that people are aware of what is happening, what are the plans that government has. Our view is that we must not do this only for our benefit as public service, but it must be for the benefit of the people. Anything that we do must benefit the citizens. It cannot be about us. And this is what we are really doing, including the language, because people only understand the language that is spoken in that particular area. Here, the dominant language is Zulu. So we try by all means to converse in Zulu so that people will understand, even an old lady in a particular village, because we want to make sure that there's no one who's left behind. Those in the townships and urban areas and the villages must be taken through this process so that we save the 12 million people that are in this province. This is the quotation that I'm leaving you with, that you may never know what results come of your actions, but if you do nothing, there will be no results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, HOD, Mr. Nhlakanipo Nkontwana. He is from the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs in KwaZulu-Natal. And thank you so much for also the time that you took there. Our last speaker before lunch, D-Team Dakane Wase MDK Architects. Please may I ask you to make your way to the stage.
Sawubona, are you awake? You promise? I'll wait for that guy to wake up. Ladies and gentlemen, in the future, domestic airports will die. Are you expecting me to introduce myself? Just let's listen to what I have to say, and who I am will come out later on. In the future, generations from now will look at the pictures that Dr. Mieza was showing us, and they'll laugh at us. They'll look at cars, they'll look at congestion, and just have a good laugh to say, in this congestion I see in Nairobi with so many roads, are you telling me each car had one person? You built so many wide roads in Johannesburg, and you still couldn't solve the travel time. Why couldn't you just use bulk transport? And you will say, no, it wasn't that simple because we worked in different places. And they'll say, why couldn't you rearrange your workspaces so that they're all together? The one mode of transport that will stand the test of time is rail. So someone will say, why is this? I have 15 minutes, hey. 15, less than that. Someone will say, why is this architect talking to us about modes of transport? Because actually there's no architecture, there's no built environment before we discuss access. And before you talk to me about controlling the heat inside buildings and designing buildings and orientating them properly, let's talk about rearranging the entire built form for the future. I'm fortunate to be at MDK today doing work that some people would refer to as a once-in-a-lifetime kind of opportunity, where we are talking about how to conurbate all of Gauteng. I was involved in Gautrain 1. I say that and hide my face. In Gautrain 1, we decided to design the stations where the train was going. But what we saw in the example of Sentin City is that once you do that one train station, the whole precinct changes. The value of the properties around change. Why do we not design for that? So what we're doing now with Gautrain 2.0 is designing precincts around Gauteng that have all these live-work spaces together. The train as an important tool of knitting the built form, the built environment, is important because in a train, and I'm not talking about the train going to Johannesburg. I'm talking about high-speed train. The Gautrain is a fast train, but it's only as fast as your car. A high-speed train, after this, I only have a short time. Google the fastest train in the world right now. Not the one they are designing, the one you can ride today. You can compare the speed of the train to aircrafts today. If I can take a train, and a train can take thousands of people at a go, the width that you require for that train is probably the width of your bed. Thousands of people going in one direction. That is how we are thinking right now as futurists, and I count myself in with those people. What we are doing at Gautrain is actually not different to some of the work you've seen by other people. So the line is a project that people know well about. It's not a dream, it's a project. It's compact, it's kilometers of, firstly, rail in the center, high-speed rail, not Gautrain, high-speed. It means that everyone gets to move quicker. Generations from now will say, so if you calculated a lifespan of someone who lived in the 2020s, it means that person spent so much time just traveling, going from point A to point B. It's a ridiculous idea. In the future, these are the kind of things that will happen. And I know we can talk about implementation. We can write all sorts of criticism about why that project doesn't work. But futurism is about starting something. Your cell phone that's in your pocket right now didn't look like that years ago. It wasn't a bank, it wasn't a conference facility. Now it's all kinds of things. Someone must start somewhere for us to get to the future. That is the project that the Saudis are doing, and we are happy to have them as our partners in BRICS. I would have spoken about biomimicry as one of the concepts, especially around climate change, but that's a topic on its own. Just to give you an idea, the point I'm making is that someone has to start somewhere. On the left is a picture of an imagination by a futurist like you and I. On the right, the other side, is an airport that exists, right? Someone has to start somewhere, and we improve until we get to the future. How does South Africa get to the future? Well, we can start by banning the parliament. Just think about, and I'm joking about that, South Africans are so literal these days, be accused of inciting violence. But, you know, if parliament had bent down, the amount of pollution it would have caused versus the amount of pollution it's causing us alive, it's a live building, is crazy. It's violence. The hours we burn of jet fuel going to the parliament. The point I'm making is that we need to start designing spaces strategically, limit movement, bring things closer together. We are in Egypt, so my colleagues who are also here spend a lot of time in Egypt because of the work we're doing there. But what the Egyptians are doing, And for those of you who think we have the biggest cities in Africa, think again. Nairobi has actually got the best smart cities. And it's unfortunate that it's not so much a thing that you can Google. I can take you there though, it's our next trip. And what Egyptians are doing is really mind-blowing, and we can do it. I mean, we are ahead on paper of them economically. And they've done a high-speed train and consolidated government buildings together. And this is not a government thing. I'm not just saying picking on government, the private sector. I don't understand why you'd build a call center in the CBD. To make a phone call, someone who stays in a 40 square meter house must travel for 40 kilometers, spend 40 rand per trip to make a call, something you can make sitting down now. The private sector could have things that are set aside to say these kind of functions are actually supposed to be in these kind of locations so that people don't have to move to those places. So those are the things we can do. Imagine in the future, and I'm talking near future now, if we build a high-speed train and we are involved in these projects in other countries, we can show whoever is interested in our country how they are implemented. Imagine if we can build a high-speed train, not how train, high-speed train between Johannesburg and Durban. You see, when you build an airport in Durban, there's development in Durban. Skip everyone else, development where the plane lands in Johannesburg. But someone spoke earlier about Ubuntu on this podium. If you can build a high-speed train that goes to Kwanongoma, that goes to MJ's, that goes to Ladysmith, just imagine, forget the things I'm talking about, and I'm closing now, and really closing. Forget the things we are talking about today. I already told you guys about the number of people you can get onto a high-speed train and what that does for our carbon footprint and consolidating certain functions and centralizing. So we already know that. But there's another side to this story. If suddenly I can take a train from Johannesburg, jump off in Ladysmith, meet certain people, Ladysmith suddenly becomes a big town. When you take a buying power, everyone who's in an aeroplane has a certain buying power. You make them skip all these towns. Grey Town is a dead town. If you put ground transport, that's comparable to air transport in terms of speed. Put it on the ground, you activate so many nodes, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is the future, and we should be migrating to that future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that energetic end to the first part of today's conference. From MDK Architects, DT Ndakane, it's now time for lunch. Please may I ask that you make your way to the back of the room. The hostesses will direct you to where the lunch is. If you're a political principal, you will be ushered to a separate lunch venue, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock back in the room, please. Thank you very much.